true power.
Ah, there we are. Perfect. Almost forgot that it was muted on the other side. Perfect. Good morning, folks. If it's or afternoon, whatever the hell it may be. Oh man. Hope you guys had a great. Hope everybody's had a great Christmas. Mine was pretty chill, honestly, but that's to be expected. Just checking a few things. Okay, perfect. Hey, SP, how you doing? Oh, whoops. Okay. Let's see. Perfect. All right. A little bit frazzled at the moment. I'm just making sure I have everything set up and ready. And then while the music plays. Perfect. Okay. All right. We got lots to go over today. Doing good. Currently playing RE4 Remake until I have to leave to go to a Christmas party at one of my aunt's place. Ooh, okay. So Christmas is still going for you. I don't blame you there. Alright, let's turn the music off for a little bit. There we go. Because that way it works. Yeah, my Christmas was pretty good. It was pretty chill for the most part. Needed a stretch there. Okay. But it was pretty chill. We didn't do a whole lot. We had cinnamon rolls on the morning of for breakfast, and then afterwards, after we did gifts, we partook in our tradition where we go to see a movie every Christmas. We actually went to go see Zootopia 2. I actually really liked it. I didn't in a year it felt like Disney kept fucking up. It was very surprising that that Zootopia is the one that doesn't manage to screw up as often as the rest of them, you know what I mean? So, yeah, that's really about it on that front. And then after that, we kind of just chilled, and my dad cooked, and that's all it really was, really. Beware cringe ahead? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? What you mean? I'm scared for what you mean. Yeah, and now Disney's remaking a movie that's not even 10 years old. Yeah, that's the unfortunate part. That's just how fanboys get cringy. Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, I know a thing or two about stuff like that, so I get it. I totally get it. I'm not worried too much. So, we got a couple of things on the docket later. And then afterwards, we're probably... I'm probably going to play some Absolum after. Just a little bit of it if I have extra time. Because I've been addicted to that game recently. Absolum is... excuse me. Absolum is really good. I'm really surprised. This 2025 felt like it was a crazy good year for roguelikes in general. There's been like, I could count maybe 1, 2, 3, 5 really good ones that came out this year, and they're all extremely unique. So that's awesome to hear. You know, and Absolum is definitely just one of my favorites that came out this year. It's not my absolute favorite, but played the Doom Dark Ages for Christmas. I'm enjoying the game. Nice, dude. Yeah, Doom Dark Ages is definitely one of those games. I actually went back to go play it recently, and I'm instantly reminded why I loved it so much, because I still maintain the opinion that I do think the gameplay is better than at least the core gameplay is better than Eternal. Obviously, the Doom Eternal as a whole is just a better game overall. I do think Dark Ages has the best gameplay, the best combat, in my opinion. Because it does feel like it's the one game. The other games feel the exact same way in their own way. But basically, it's the first time it actually does feel like you're playing a berserker. Like, you're actually playing the role of Berserker. And it's every single kill, even, like, as much as I do miss the glory kills, the actual kills itself and just how far you go to get there are really fun. Really good. So, yeah. That's, it's interesting. But I got a lot, I recently just treated myself to a lot of games. I recently got For Honor on Steam because I've been meaning to get it on Steam. I mean, Slayer killed Cthulhu in anger, exactly. I got the complete edition of the first Neo, Golf with Your Friends, and then a buddy of mine, Ryan, he actually gifted me a game called Sulaco, if anybody's ever heard of it. Doom Dark Ages was an absolute blast, especially when piloting the mech. It makes me want to have a game based on Pacific Rim. I agree. I completely... Well, there are games based off of Pacific Rim. It's just they're not good ones. And most of them... And the last one I remembered that was based on Pacific Rim was from Xbox Live Arcade. So... Or at least it was in Xbox Live Arcade. I also remember there was also a Real Steel game as well. That was on the Xbox Live Arcades. So... Yeah. So yeah, that's the funny part. Before we do get started, I do want to point something out. First of all, I do want to say a massive thank you to the support of the Expedition 33 video. I was scared shitless when this video was finally going to be posted, and the reception for it was far better than even I could have dreamed of. Real Steel was a bad game. Yeah, it was not great. It was not a fun one. It wasn't, like, the worst game I've ever played, but it was alright. Nothing special, really. But yeah, the support on that video is just, I can't thank y'all enough. I'm almost at 1,500 views on that video, which is insane. Insane to think about. Because this video I was scared to make for 6 months. For 6 months, for plenty of different reasons. Number one was, I'm lazy, and I'll admit that. I'll happily admit that. And then, it's also just, I was worried if I wasn't going to be able to do it justice, because I go back to my content, and I'm always thinking to myself, okay, how can I one-up this, or how can I one-up that, you know what I mean? And I guess it worked, because the reception of it is incredibly overwhelming to me. I think it's now currently, I think it's my number 3 best performing video now. Yeah, that's what it is. I can upgrade the game since I have the disc version of it. Nice. Oh, I remember playing a demo of that. It's basically like the full game, but the only characters that were locked are Twin Cities and Zeus. Yep. Absolutely. But yeah, I am very... Dude, it's such a huge sigh of relief knowing that that video did so well. It's a massive sigh of relief, man. So, yeah, there's that. But now we're going to get into what we're really going to be talking about. Hey, Mustang, how you doing? Good seeing you. How you doing? I'm doing all right. So we do have quite a bit going on at the moment. So we're gonna go ahead and get into it, and then afterwards we're probably gonna play some Absolum. Oh shoot, it's one of my top 10 favorite white people of all time. How you doing? Oh gosh, it's Pidgey. How you doing, dude? Always a pleasure seeing you, man. Doing well. Currently working on my fanfics. Nice, dude. Very nice. Oh man. So let's go ahead. There is one little thing that just came up that I completely forgot about, so we're gonna bring that up real quick. So right here, it showcases that I just found this out. I haven't watched it yet, But if anybody knows who SMG4 is, they recently just SMG4 officially ended its run after 15 seasons and 966 episodes overall on YouTube right now. And quite if anybody who doesn't know SMG4 basically hang on. He did like a bunch of Nintendo skits and Nintendo content. And I'm still sick, but I'm hanging in there. Glad you're doing all right. Props for the Claire Obscure video. Thank you, dude. Yeah, seen his older content? Yeah. He recently just finished up SMG4. He just posted his last episode, his last video today. Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's very sad that he's retired. But I'm happy. Honestly, I'm happy that he was able to end it the way he wanted to. You know? Far too often, yeah, it's I didn't grow up with SMG4 completely. Yeah, he retired. He finished up his last episode. It was for the best, yeah, because how many times can you go without, like, how often can you keep a series going without it feeling like it went on for too long, you know? So, honestly, it was probably for the best. SMG4, I always watched his skits. My brother always would send me his skits, and it's nice that he was able to end it the way he wanted to. You know what I mean? It's very nice that he was able to end it the way he wanted to. To be fair, SMG4 has a lot of projects. Yeah, I think he's got a bunch of other stuff on the horizon. It's just SMG4 is what he's currently just done with, right? So, and I could totally see that. Let me see here. Hold on, a friend of mine just tweeted something. So yeah, that's something I just recently popped up. If we have, yeah, it's also Glitch Productions. That's right. Yeah. Okay. So with that out of the way, we're gonna go on to the first topic, and that is about Metroid Prime 4. So for Christmas, I got my brother Metroid Prime 4, and listen, it sucks, but that's life. Absolutely, I agree. But yeah, recently I got my brother Metroid Prime 4 for Christmas. And since he wasn't going to be using his Switch very often because he's a missionary, I figured I'd give it a little bit of a shot, right? I played about a good, I think I said like 2 hours or a couple hours into Metroid Prime 4. I actually kind of enjoyed it. It's not like my favorite game of the year, right? But I can see it's a Metroid Prime game at its like in the ways that it matters. I got up to the point where I'm trying to get the first teleporter key, so I've already met Miles McKenzie, and I have some opinions on that we'll get to. Recent news just came out that they were talking. Somebody made Stealth 40K came out with this about Metroid Prime 4's development. And I figured we'd give it a bit of a look, you know? So, by the way, I hope you're doing well, Red Chaos. Let me see. So we're going to go ahead and just let's go ahead and read the article real quick. And just see what information that we can get out of it. So it says here, Nintendo has shared some interesting insight in how it approached Metroid Prime 4 and has discussed why the game isn't open world. I mean, it kind of is, but we'll get to that. It seems the company noticed at least some fan interest in seeing the franchise adopt that approach. However, rather than going full open world, Nintendo and Retro Studios created a hub of sorts, which has drawn some comparison to the older 3D Zelda games. You were not kidding on that. I've heard a lot of complaints about the hub areas because apparently I haven't gotten to it yet, but apparently like the desert is like one of the most empty open world segments that has ever been come across. That game feels like desperation wrapped in a game. Okay. As someone who played the first Metroid Prime to introduce the franchise, even I was not happy about how Nintendo fucked that one up. I see. Let's see. Although Nintendo realized that players' impressions toward open world games had changed, that's a fact. The company didn't want to backtrack on development again, as the project has already been rebooted once, and resolved to move forward with our original vision. Um, Not more empty. See, Redfall. The issue with Redfall is that it was a bad game on top of that. And Metroid Prime 4 has good bones, in my opinion, at least from what I played. But, hold on, let me turn the light on. Let me turn my light headlamp down a little bit. It's an interesting case of, from what I can tell from this article, it just seems like Nintendo was making good out of a bad situation. Metroid Prime 4 might be about as bad as Metroid Other M, possibly. I wouldn't say that, but again, I haven't played Metroid Other M. But hey, Hellfire, how you doing? Hope you're doing all right. Hope you're resting up as much as you can. Let's see. Let's go ahead and read it up a little bit more. Especially since you need an emo to have OST skins and Silex. Oh, I'm trying. That's good. Very happy to. Good to hear that. It says, at the start of the project, perhaps due to the influence of The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, we saw a lot of comments on the internet saying we want to play an open-world Metroid. However, Metroid's core element of increasing the amount of explorable areas by unlocking powers is not very compatible with the freedom to go anywhere from the beginning of open worlds. Thus, we thought to design a limited area that could be freely explored and have that be a hub that could connect to other areas. When we thought that if one could move around on the bike in a satisfying way in that area, it could be a segment that mitigates the tension from exploration and paces the whole game. In the end, the game took much longer than expected to finish, and we realized that players' impressions towards open-world games had changed. That being said, development had been reset once before when we started again from scratch with Retro Studios, so backtracking development again was out of the question, and we resolved to move forward with our original vision. During this time, shooting games and action games went through evolutions, with an increase in game speed in particular, but taking in those changes would have made it difficult to construct the tempo of an adventure game. So we actively chose to not take them into account. Therefore, I think this game is pretty much divorced from the changing of times. Divorced from the changing of times? That is one hell of a way to put it. That is one hell of a way to put it. Because I did notice that as much as I did kind of enjoy what little I played of Metroid Prime 4, you definitely could tell that it's a game that was stuck in the past. Is that you can tell it was a game that was in development hell for 8 years, or at least 7 to 8 years. Hold on one second. Let me hang on. Looks like we got a bot. Give me a second. Yeah, it looks like we got a bot on Twitch. So give me 1 second. Goodbye. There we go. Got it. Yeah, we managed to get a bot on Twitch. I think that's finally happened. But it does, going back to my original point, other open world games have done the Metroid Prime style of exploration before. What up, Spec? Metroid Prime 4 made me cope and sneed as well. Yeah. But, bots need to piss off, absolutely. But yeah, that's kind of, at least that's according to just regarding the article here, you definitely could tell that it's crazy how they were trying to think about second thoughts and they did want to backtrack on development again. But I'm just sitting here though. I'm like, you spent about 7 to 8 years on this idea, and then only moments after like restarting development did you not want to say maybe it's crazy how nobody initially was like, hey, this kind of isn't something that I think Metroid fans are really gonna want, you know? So, but of course, I think we all know who was mad about that the most. It's our favorite twink boy. It's our favorite Grandpa Twink. Everybody, we got Gara's video coming up in a moment. Because Gara put this video out, and it made me do some research on what was going on with Metroid Prime 4 at the time. Of course, it's the twink, absolutely. Yeah. It's the twink who bitches about getting laid all the time. Who'da thunk, right? Oh, yeah, Gara was livid. Yeah. I saw yeah. I remember I sent him, I originally sent him the link for it, and yeah, he safe to say he wasn't happy with it. Days till Zen's Zone 0, 2.5, I'm the excited. Nice. Very nice. The Twinkosaurus Unk. I'm so... Okay, I gotta mention this. I am so happy that Twinkosaurus has been co-opted. Because every Sunday, if I show up in his chat, I always call him Twinkosaurus, hoping that would stick. And it's finally sticking. I'm so happy. This is why I no longer want anything to do with Nintendo. I don't blame you. I don't blame you, Piplup. You act like I wasn't screaming at the top of my lungs when I learned about this. Hey, Blast, how you doing? How you doing? So we're gonna go ahead and watch. You're not looking forward to go over some of this shit tomorrow. I have no doubts. No doubts. So we're gonna go ahead and watch Gara's video real quick. Figured I'd give it a watch. Support the twink, you know. Yeah. All right.
We're really never going to catch a break with Metroid. We're really not. It's just...
Harmon galore? Oh, no. You know what's funny? We got two of them. We got two of them right now. Later on. So, yeah. Yeah, I've got some of my own. Yeah, I have to. Yeah. And I'm glad the bitching about getting laid shit caught on. Dude, that was so funny because we keep talking about it. It's like, you've got pretty much what I consider to be like a girl of my dreams. You know what I mean? And you're bitching about how many times you get to dick her down. You know what I mean? It's hilarious because he always bitches and I'm like, yeah, and did you finish? Then who cares? Who gives a shit? Anyways, let's keep going.
I'm so disappointed.
Ever since pointing it out, everyone gets on him about it. Good. Very good.
Metroid Prime 4. I really am. It's like, imagine everything that you love about Metroid, but then it gets filtered in with all the Zelda BS that they push with Zelda. It's like
it definitely that's definitely how it felt when I was playing it for a couple of hours. It definitely felt like it was shoving in things that didn't need to be put in, at least. Because Breath of the Wild was successful, so why not, right?
Open world, crafting, all that type of stuff. All the type of stuff that actually fit well within the Zelda.
Gara gives us the ammo. He absolutely does. He does it to himself.
You know what I mean? Like, I can understand it from a business point that you want to allure as much people to these series as much as you want. But you diluted everything that makes Metroid in this series. Like, I'm dead serious, though. The open world by itself is such a downer for this series.
I can't walk. I'm just as bad. Yeah, fair enough.
It is just no longer Metroid in my eyes. Like, the open desert section just sucks the life out of Metroid. Like, every time I go through the sandy area, the desert area, why am I saying sand? But the desert area in general, it just sucks. It just sucks. I
haven't gotten the bike just yet, so I'm curious of how that's going to go. But yeah, I've heard nothing but bad things about the desert and just the open hub area that they decided to create.
Sitting there thinking to myself, oh, yay, I'm driving through sand. Yay, oh, look, I could go over and get a power-up. Oh, I see one of the NPCs.
I get PTSD because every time somebody mentioned... God... Mustang, you could have not perfectly timed that more perfectly if you tried. I was just about to mention that. My close friends, they mention this all the time to me because they know how much I hate that fucking line. They know how much I hate that fucking line. I hate that line so much. So whenever they mention it to me, I have a stroke. How did you time that? Why did you time that perfectly? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh man. Oh man. I hate how I can't escape this shit. I hate it. Hold on, I'm gonna move my camera up a little bit. Look at it's so coarse and rough and irritating and gets everywhere, SP. Hold on, it said check DMs. Okay, hang on. Yeah, I know about those. Yeah, Devastator, I know about those. I've never played either game. I've never played either of the games, but I do know about the videos that he made. I know the one that he did on MGS3 and the one on Shin Megami Tensei 5. That's more Gara's alley. And MGS I wouldn't know much about. Yeah, that line's pretty much a meme. Yeah, and my friends don't shut up about it because they know how much I hate that shit. And then Mustang comes in as soon as I mention it. Oh my god, that was hilarious. Hayden was done dirty. Yes, his performance might not have been the best back then, but George's writing was the real issue. Yeah, George's issue was more of his writing and his directing at the time. Oh, you're a Shimiga. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I completely forgot about that. This is where the fun begins. Thankfully, it does feel like it does make me happy though that Hayden seems to like rebound from that since then. So that makes me happy more than anything else. I'll give him that.
He's over there. Yay! It just feels like Halo now. Actually, as a matter of fact, if I was to pick out like a certain one to kind of like, you know, just kind of make my point across, this feels like I'm playing Halo Infinite mixed with a little bit of Halo 4. Now, you may be sitting there going, there's no elements of Halo in here. If you look at some of the doors that are within this game, they look like CE's doors. Yeah, go look at the pictures. You'll see exactly what I fucking mean. It is a...
It'd be nice if he actually did show the pictures, buddy. You know, but, that is an interesting comparison. The Halo 4 vibes I definitely can see, kind of. It's kind of like how Ninja Gaiden 4 more recently, I was talking with Sean, a good buddy of mine. He was talking to me about how he recently finished Ninja Gaiden 4, and he couldn't help but feel like Ninja Gaiden 4 was very similar to Devil May Cry 4. Not only just in, like, just narratively, because... And that's what I noticed too, is that it took a lot of directions similar to Devil May Cry 4. The only difference is, from what I can tell, both of those were better games than Metroid Prime 4. So, yeah, I agree. Halo 4's multiplayer mode was really fun. I really liked it.
Buster, and I discovered this on...
It felt way too Call of Duty for my taste, though. That's the only thing.
Last Salty Sunday? No, the last two previous Salty Sundays. Trust me, that was a mind...
I wasn't talking shit. I think when Sean was talking about it, he mentioned it is like if it was a compliment that he compared it to DMC4 was depending on if you enjoyed DMC4. Because I liked DMC4. I'll have to go back to it eventually someday. But, yeah.
a brain buster for me just to figure it out just by myself in front of my whole audience members. But today we're not going to
Rabid barking. Save that for Alex later.
talk about how I'm disappointed with Metroid Prime 4. No, we're not going to be talking about any of that. We're going to go ahead and talk about a translated interview with Tanabe, I probably slaughtered that one, about Prime 4. And some of the stuff that is in there is interesting. Like,
Nah, he barks for me. This is true. This is very true.
I've actually sat here for a while and I read, paragraph after paragraph, and I discovered some interesting things. If this is actually to be believed, to be honest, and it actually makes some sense. Like, if you actually went through it with me, which we will be going through it in a minute, it just makes so much sense what happened. Like, at the beginning phase of Metroid Prime 4, you could see the obvious marks of Bandai Namco. And then Retro came in and did the rest of the work. Now, a lot of you may be saying to yourself,
okay, yeah, I was confused for a minute. I was like, Bandai Namco, but then they switched over. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
hey, Gar, where are these, where's the evidence? Where's the video? Well, unfortunately, it's not a video. It's a...
Halo hasn't been good since ODST and Reach. Fight me. Yeah, I could argue that. Yeah, I can agree with that. 4 had some elements to it, some good elements to it, but it didn't really come together on the whole. But my personal favorite Halo has always been Reach. It always will be Reach. That's just how it is, So, if I had to rank them, basically, it'd be Reach at number 1, probably Halo 2 or 3 at number 2, and then Halo 2 and 3 probably could interchange a bit, and then Combat Evolved. Actually, no, ODST would be in between. No, it'd be ODST, then Combat Evolved, and then the others. So, yeah, but that's about as far as I know. If I had to choose between Metroid, which now sucks and is just an asset with locked music, or Halo, I would just pick up and play Halo. Don't ask Luke about his opinion on 4. Also, I'm telling Luke you hate that line. Oh, great. Lovely. Hey, Blast, thanks. Oh, man. Can't wait. I'd do it to myself, though, to be fair.
scan that has been trained.
That is true, though. Luke got depressed, actually, whenever he... I think it's one of the last few games where he got depressed watching... he got depressed playing a video game.
Translated to English. Now, granted, I'm going to say this again. Take this with a grain of salt. I don't know how accurate this is. This is translated by possibly by AI. So this could be, misinterpreted, all of that. Just like I said, take it with a grain of salt. Now, there is a couple more scanned posts here, but I kind of I can't translate it myself, so it's whatever. And if you are curious to the little form that has all this information out here, I'll go ahead and leave a link in the description for you guys to go see it for yourself. But there are a couple of questions in this interview that really caught my eye. And one of the questions here that I see currently right now.
Playing Halo 5's campaign certainly had me feeling depressed as a Halo fan after the Hunt the Truths marketing. Yeah, I totally get that. I remember playing the hell out of Combat Evolved when I was in middle school. The game was so much fun, and me and my classmates played it in computer class along with Unreal Tournament 2003. Okay, very nice.
Now, this one kind of added volition to the author, how credible this is.
Validity to the authenticity, Gara. I think that's what you were trying to say. Validity to the authenticity. This is why you need to write scripts.
Be honest. One of them basically says, please tell us about the development process.
I'm fully okay with telling him that. I always keep telling Gara that he needs to write scripts, because when he tries to do it off the cuff, it's just...
For this title. Development team. The project began when we received a development request from Nintendo of America. They asked us to create a numbered entry, a mainline title in the Metroid Prime series. We aim to create a game that preserves the essence of Prime while also delivering new experiences. Simultaneously, we wanted to center the story around the relationship,
Wait, how did he say that?
delivering new experiences. Simultaneously,
Sabotage. I'm mean. I'm being mean. Just moving on.
we wanted to center the story around the relationship between Samus, Psylocke, and something we had planned to explore within a future title. Now, if you know anything about the Metroid series, you know Psylocke was left open as a character for, future games to be used for whatever they...
Cyber. Yeah. I don't know why it's making me laugh this hard, but just Gara, I'm so sorry, but dude, if you're watching this, I'm so sorry, but that was just awful, and this is why I keep telling you, gotta write your scripts, buddy. This is what you gotta write scripts for these because you can't do it. He's very much like me. I can't do it off the cuff. Not often, anyway. Not as much. I'm an asshole. I'm an asshole. Okay, moving on.
feel like, And if my memory serves me right, that's kind of the case right there. So that right there adds volition to the claim that this
Validity.
this is kind of legit. Yanabe or Tanabe. I'm so sorry about that. But Tanabe did leave Psylocke open as a potential character. So this right here has some volition to it. Now, during this interview he had with the developers, there was a question, I should say a couple questions, that just popped up, and I thought to myself...
I can hear Gara glaring into his screen while Scroll lurks behind and giggles. Hi, I know you're watching, bastard.
This is very worrying. Like, I just really thought to myself, Nintendo, how could you fuck up this badly with the Metroid series? Like, why did you let them suffer like this? I don't understand. But you know what, though? Let me go ahead and just read it all for you guys. What were the most challenging aspects and the points you focused on most during the long development period? Development team.
Hey, be nice to the twink. The only language he speaks fluently is retard. Oh my god. Oh man. Oh. Oh man. Oh, he's gonna kill me. Oh man. Because you guys don't know. Well, I mentioned it before, but we live in the same state, so so he could come over to my house at any point. He could come over to my house and at any point, and I wouldn't know. And at the same time, I should probably check if my doors are locked.
Project changed development companies midway. Great. That's just great. It can't get any worse, right? And we had to restart at Retro Studios. Okay, well, that's interesting. They had to restart during that whole time, but
it does make me curious about what the original vision for Metroid Prime 4 is called, or what it could have been. It does make me curious exactly what it would be. I mean, it's true. Yeah, that's the sad part, is that it's true, but you never know.
get worse. However, Retro Studios didn't have the infrastructure in place to develop a Metroid Prime title at that time. So we had to start by building that foundation. Oh, so what you're telling me is that you didn't have support from Nintendo, and all they did is allow you to take the same assets that Bandai Namco was using? Oh, I'm gonna rip Nintendo's ass in a minute. Let's continue. Additionally, we outsourced background models and cutscenes creation. Producing background data alone required numerous subtractors. This involved in selecting those companies initially and managing them throughout. Our progress management staff were incredibly helpful in balancing both schedule and quality. We were grateful to them, and we're also thankful to the many studios that created the data. The key point we focused on was getting new staff to understand our production philosophy. If we took the time for them to grasp that we weren't just making a game, but building a player experience, and especially to understand the sense of, I don't know what that symbol means, but it means pause and space, that is so characteristic
The way Gara talks just adds to his gremlin energy. Yeah, it does.
of the Metroid Prime. Ultimately, I believe they came to understand this Japanese concept of, well, space basically, or pause. First off, let's go ahead and talk about the pure fact that Nintendo did not give these guys any help at all or extra time to work on Metroid Prime 4. Like, are you...
I mean, they did technically have extra time, 8 years of worth, but that's just that. I don't know what they did in between those 8 years, because the game, if I remember correctly, the game was announced back in 2017, wasn't it? I think it was. It was announced back in 2017. So this game, they've been trying to make this game for literally 8 years, dude. And you can tell just how much of that, like, you can tell how much development hell that must have been.
You kidding me, Nintendo? How much money do you guys make a year? How much do you have your brainwashed fanboys to, like, buy your guys' absolute garbage pail of games? Like, seriously, is, like, all the money in the world possible for, like, making it off the most popular
2017, but they restarted sometime after that. I thought so.
IP Pokemon?
I thought so.
Is that not enough money for you guys to actually fucking care about your games anymore? Like, honestly, I think the last time you guys actually gave a shit that a game was actually very well developed in your guys' category, and I'm using the very well developed very loosely in this one. It had to be Tears of the Kingdom. Like, I'm just gonna say it right now. The last time you guys...
I haven't played Tears of the Kingdom. I haven't gotten to yet. I think I still have... I think I have both Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I just barely ever used my Switch. The only time I did was for Metroid Dread and Metroid Prime 4. Most of the use goes to my brother. So... And I don't plan on getting a Switch 2 anytime soon, so... Still, this game was barely bigger than any of the previous Prime games, which all took 2 to 3 years each, no excuse. DK Bonanza, well, as far as I know, I don't know if Gar's played that. Hey, Nearbun Chunk, how you doing? I don't know if Gar's played that. I'll have to ask him. Chunk, you missed it earlier. We spent the last 10 minutes roasting Gara's speech impediments. I just called it speech impediments. I mean, call it as I see it, you know?
gave a fuck was like Tears of the Kingdom. And that game by itself just fucked over your guys' other IPs. Because let's be honest here for a second, Zelda's influence is infecting...
Just woke up because I slept at 3. Yeah, that's what watching Peter Jackson's King Kong will do that to you.
other IPs, okay? Like, let's be honest, who asked for Donkey Kong being open world? Who the fuck asked Metroid to be open?
See, you know what's funny is I did play a demo of Donkey Kong Bonanza while I was in LA with Chunk, actually, when I was in LA, because we went to Target a couple of times and they had demos for Donkey Kong Bonanza, and I can understand why that game specifically was open world, right? But it does, again, I haven't played the full game to get a true idea of what it's like, but I'd say I didn't hate it. That's what I will say, is I didn't hate it. There's a really funny picture that Chunk took a picture of that, it's more as to a sandbox open zone game. Yeah, it's very sandboxy. That's what it is. And considering how much Donkey Kong can destroy in those sandboxes, I'd say it's appropriate. It's kind of like, what was that game called? It was Ultimate, I think it was The Incredible Hulk Ultimate Destruction, I think is what it was called. I keep forgetting the name of it because it was so long ago. It was kind of like that game where just the destruction is the name of the game.
World. Not a damn soul that I know of. Not a damn soul. And another thing that confuses me too, especially by the developers' comment.
I did not like this boss. I thought it was confusing at first. I was like, wait, do I have to destroy the tentacles in unison, or do I have to? Eventually, I did take her down. I did take this boss down, but it was annoying as shit. Every time I see a Nintendo game, it just makes me very angry, and I just want to criticize it and ask, why do people want to play a video game that is owned by greedy, money-hungry corporate scum? I mean, that's to each their own, Piplup. That's your opinion. I have my problems with Nintendo. I'm just indifferent for the most part. So
Now, I may be misconstruing this one, misunderstanding. Anybody in the comment sections could really correct me with this one. But why are we having the focus of Metroid Prime 4's development on the concept of space and pause? Like, that just sounds like you guys purposely made maps like the fucking desert to waste our time on, and like have like actions like we have throughout the whole game to be paused when we usually would take fucking action. Like, none of that makes sense why you would do this in the first place. Now, again, I could be wrong, I could be misinterpreting that, but anybody in the comment section can literally fucking correct me. But this next part right here is what truly troubles me. Something that was like deep down inside of me, like I knew it. Like, as soon as I was playing this game, I knew I felt like this game is Zelda influenced. It's disgusting. Like,
hey, keep it down in here or I'm gonna ban you. Okay, Delta. All right, Delta. You gonna go take a nap a little bit more?
It's like Metroid has lost its fucking identity for the sake of money, basically. Now, this next part right here, I'm gonna take a fucking victory lap on this one, because I've been saying this ever since I've been covering Metroid Prime 4 content. And yeah, just
I may or may not, you'll never know.
It's been 18 years since the last numbered title. Were there any changes you could...
Has it really been almost 2 decades since the last Metroid Prime game? That's wild. I'm not well versed in the Metroid franchise, but that's crazy. Hey, Partial, how you doing?
Actually made to reflect the times. Development team at the start of the project, perhaps due to the influence of
2007. Crazy.
Of The Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild, of course, fucking Breath of the Wild has entered the fucking other IPs and started to infect them with unnecessary changes. Great. That's just fucking great. We saw a lot of comments on the internet saying, we want an open world Metroid. Bull fucking shit. I gotta call bullshit. I don't see one person begging for an open world Metroid, except for the people that don't give a shit about Metroid, and they only care about fucking Zelda over here because they got this little hard-on for Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Anyway, let's continue.
It does. I definitely can see that, especially when you have games nowadays. More often than not, they usually are inspired by other successes, and Tears of the Kingdom was, or not Tears of the Kingdom, but Breath of the Wild for a long time was seen as like the gold standard when it came to open worlds. I haven't played the game myself, but then Elden Ring came. You finished Dispatch last night on my Steam Deck since I was sick. Nice. Hope you enjoyed it. That was nice. I beat the 4 games I set out to beat for my vacation, so I'm just trying to see what I can beat in my last week of vacation. All right, nice, Partial. But anyway, like Breath of the Wild for a long time definitely was seen for a lot of people as like what open worlds were going to be like. And then Elden Ring showed up, and that's kind of when it started changing the landscape. And I feel as though Nintendo, it just from reading the article and just reading what Gara has to say, it does feel like Nintendo saw the success of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. It went to their head and thought that that's what every other game should be like, you know? And more often than not, it'll work for some franchises, not so much but it's not so much when you've got a niche franchise in your lineup that is almost 2 decades old that wouldn't necessarily fit with the open world or open hub segments. But that's just me. That's just how it comes across for me.
However, Metroid's core element of increasing the amount of explorable areas by unlocking powers is not very compatible with the freedom to go anywhere from the beginning of open worlds. Thus, we thought to design a limited area that could be freely explored and have that be a hub that connect to other areas. Then we thought we could add one more round on the bike in a satisfying way in that area. And it could be a segment that navigates that attention from exploration and paces and the whole game. So you're fucking telling me the people that originally made Metroid Prime, as far as I know, literally put fucking the desert in Metroid Prime 4. Are you guys fucking kidding me? No, that's not what I want. That's not what I want in a Metroid game as a Metroid fan. Why in God's name did you guys think this was a good idea? Literally hovering and riding on the bike, literally going from destination point A to fucking...
Honestly, I wouldn't mind games going back to being non-open world and smaller L levels. Yeah, we've seen that. I think we've seen a lot of that recently, where games are like, or at least AA and indie games are like leaning away from giant open worlds and giant open areas, while developers in the AAA industry are trying to still chase that open world goldmine. I mean, I think, for example, Expedition 33 is a good example of this, is that it's not necessarily open world. It's more so you have this world map that has many different sections that are semi-linear, you know? Or at least that's what it felt like. It didn't feel like it was an open world per se. It felt like an actual world that you traverse around from a semi-linear point of view. At least that's what it felt like for me. But that's not even talking about like other games, games like Hades 2, and just in general, you see a lot less open world games over the years.
There is no sense at all to even putting the bike in or the desert at all. Got all that out, connect everything like you guys do with the previous Metroid Primes, and you literally have Metroid Prime 4, and it would be as much a superior product. On top of that too, get rid of half of the NPCs. Like that's not helping either. And in the end,
that's what I will say is Miles McKenzie. The only NPC that I've met so far is Miles, and he's not like offensively bad. My issue is that his dialogue is clearly designed to be handholdy. His dialogue is clearly designed to railroad you in a specific way that fans obviously are just not going to be a fan of. I think a lot of people's issues wasn't the fact that it was NPCs talking in a Metroid Prime game. It's more you have Metroid Prime NPCs that talk to you like you're an idiot. They talk to you like you're inept. Yeah, and the problem is the writing as well. Yeah, that also could be it. Yeah, you could literally take him out of the game and it would change nothing, honestly.
Game took much longer than expected to finish, and we realized that players' impressions toward an open world had changed. That being said, development had already been reset once before when we started from scratch from Retro Studios, so backtracking development again was out of the question, and we resolved to move forward with our original vision. During the time, shooting games and action games went through evolutions, with an increase in game speed in particular, but taking in those changes would have made it difficult to construct the tempo of an adventure game, so we actively chose not to take them into account. Therefore,
they weren't intrusive though, and the only ones that ended up being antagonists. Yeah,
I think this game is pretty much divorced from the changing of times. How exactly have you divorced the modern times? Literally everything in this game screams modern audience. I'm not talking about the fucking, this crazy ass fucking political assholes. No, I'm talking about the fucking people that do not understand a specific genre and want to come in and change everything about it just because they refuse to get good. Like, I don't get it. Why do people want to invade other people's personal favorite fucking things and just fuck it up? Like,
because they want their stamp on. Because here's the thing, we see this a lot of the time where a large majority of big major franchises, they're helmed by groups of people whose ambitions exceed their ability. Their ability to they want to be able to put their stamp on something that they loved growing up, but the problem is they put a mushroom stamp on it. And I think the perfect example of this, or at least one that is close or is like a little bit more close to home for me, is when we watched my dad and I we were unfortunate enough to watch the live action Cowboy Bebop. And you could tell what they wanted to do was they wanted to put their stamp on Cowboy Bebop, and they wanted to clean up Cowboy Bebop, where they wanted to put their own spin on things, but instead they took that stuff away. And then there's stuff like bukkake jokes, there's stuff like BDSM, characters cursing like they're in middle school, and it just came off as amateurish, and it came off as amateurish and lazy. That's a large majority of why. And yeah, it happens because for whatever reason, most of the time it just makes money, or it doesn't at all. So
this is just like Star Wars over again. This is just like magic all over again. This is just literally people invading other people's favorite hobbies and changing them.
Yep.
And then once they're done with it, they move on to another one.
Yep.
I don't understand this, but it's only because the company.
And then they'll call you toxic for pointing them out. That's the other thing, is that they'll call you toxic.
Want to cater to the fucking dumb idiots over here that can't even figure out how to jump a fucking cliff, so they need the cliffs painted yellow for them. I mean, for fuck's sake.
Well, we can blame DSP for that.
You have NPCs that are literally...
So Hell of a Boss and Has Been Hotel? Yeah, pretty much.
Holding your hand through the beginning of a game, teaching you how to do basic shit within the game, when you've probably already played a Metroid Prime game for God knows how long. Yeah, great. I want to hear McKinsey fucking rattling on and on and on. It just...
The timing on that is hilarious.
Yeah, great. I want to hear McKinsey fucking rattling on and on and
Asking ye shall appear, Gara.
on. It just... God, I don't get it. I don't fucking get it with these people. And as I'm looking through the rest of this stuff, I could just really sum it up real quickly, especially with the NPC part. They purposely wrote these characters to, well, be like Marvel characters. Like, seriously, the girl that's in there, the NPC that you meet, is a girly girl. They literally describe her as a girly girl. Like, what the fuck? Why is a girly girl in the fucking Federation to protect people? Oh my god, I just... What is this writing? What is this writing? Like, I can understand with McKinsey, you know, like, okay, he's probably got some, like, what, army experience and stuff. He's an engineer. I can understand. But you're going to keep the female Federation Force person in there? That's a fucking girly girl? Come, what the fuck is this? Like, I'm sorry. You made, like, the...
I'm not sure what he means by girly girl. I'm kind of lost on that one.
Developer made a comment earlier that they divorced freaking modern times. No, you've pretty much gone into a fucking marriage without a prenup, and literally...
No, it's not that they divorced from the timelines, they changing times. They adapted to the changing times and co-opted them.
And I do mean literally signed your soul away to the fucking devil. And I'm probably going to piss off some Nintendros with this one, but I really don't care. I blame Nintendo. How could you sit there and let them go through development and development over and over again when you guys are full aware what it really truly takes to make a Metroid game? Like, oh, fuck. Why did you not just give freaking Retro Studios extra time to work on this? You literally just...
I mean, they already probably had like 8 years worth of development. So, I mean, they definitely could have just, yeah. I think very quirky, feminine. Okay, that makes sense.
Just threw them to the fucking wolves, said, here's what the previous player had. He had some sticks and some stones and a little bit of food and a little bit of water. Let's you literally throw these guys to the fucking wolf. And now they're basically their legacy is pretty much tarnished with the Metroid series. Well, the Metroid Prime series. That's great. That's great, Nintendo. They keep destroying my favorite IPs. Just keep going. Because you know what? Eventually, I'm just not going to give a shit anymore. I'm just going to look at everything you guys do with empathy and just say, oh, well, this looks horrible. Yeah, that's the Nintendo's sign of approval right there. That's for damn sure. And as I'm thinking about it right now, the ending to this game it is just an absolute insult to Samus's fucking character. It is just an absolute insult, and I will never understand why.
I think, yeah, with empathy, I think he meant apathy. Apathy makes more sense.
The studio that originally made the Prime series did this to us. But we all know why. It's because they want to get enough money to justify a sequel for this crap. But you know what, though?
Yeah, I don't think he meant... yeah, exactly. Apathy makes more sense. Feel like he's just out of proportions. Well, as far as I know, he has his reasons. So...
I'm going to be harsh on this one.
He's going to be... Because he is a fan of these franchises, and... he's going to speak out on what he doesn't like. So, I mean, that's his prerogative, you know?
Game tanks. I hope this game only sells barely fucking 1 million. And Nintendo's over here and it's like, yeah, we're putting this back on ice. Because you know what? This attempt at making Metroid fucking mainline and go to the popular audience members, it just didn't work. It didn't work again. It's fucking Metroid M. Other M. Again. So thanks, Nintendo. Thanks for killing off one of my another fucking series because you want to pad your fucking wallets like the fat fucking cats you are. But you know what, though? Eventually, karma's gonna come. And I'll be waiting there for your guys' eventual collapse. But you know what, though, fam? Thank you very much for watching. I truly appreciate it. I know
he appreciates it. He really do. Alright. The good video from Gara there. A lot more tame than his other ones, surprisingly. So, go ahead. I'm going to send his link in the chat. Go ahead and give him some love on that one. I mean, I think the game is a 7, but that's because the problems almost outweigh the good things. That last hour is pain. It's literal pain. I don't want to replay this because that hour is that bad. Okay. Fair enough. Okay. Yeah. Let's see. Alright. Next up, we got old Harmon. Pretendos were filtered by Game of the Year superior Metroid Prime 4. I've been meaning to watch this. I'm super curious of what he has to say. And then after that, if we have time, we're probably going to do this one as well. And then we're going to get to the other big topic of the day. And then probably play some Absolum afterwards. Okay. While we do that, actually, real quick, actually, I'm gonna go and... Do you have any booze? Hold on a second. Let me go ahead and, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, and then I'm gonna put some music up real quick. Ah, here we go. Perfect. Alright. There we go. Alright, enjoy some Ninja Gaiden Ragebound real quick. All right, I'm back. Okay. Had to fix my hair up a little bit as well. So, all right, let's do this. Let's bite the bullet. Let's go ahead and deal with what my dad would always call. He always would call him stroke face. It's one of my favorite jokes that that we like to tell. So let's do it. Okay. If you have drinks, go ahead and use them now. All right, let's do this.
Now that I've clearly defined my personal position on Metroid Prime 4, how I really like it and how I consider it one of the year's best, and how anybody who says otherwise is coping,
Oh, man. I love that. Right off to a good start.
it's time we break down exactly where it all went wrong. Like, why are so many people angry at Metroid Prime? The easy answer is...
Well, the easy answer is simple. It could be the lack of innovation. It could be the desert's awful. It could be the writing for the NPCs isn't as good. It could be I think the biggest thing is that it doesn't feel like it evolved enough. It definitely feels like a game that was kind of stuck in the past, you know? That could be it. I don't know. That's just throwing ideas off the top of my head.
Is that they were never fans of Metroid, and that they were never Nintendo fans, and that you can't take them seriously. And I think for like 90% of the people complaining,
My family hates this pariah. Pinche That's funny.
complaining online, you can kind of fit those people neatly into those categories. You know, go into any random person complaining about the game on Twitter, and it's always some PC master race shill. Like, again, it's just nothing but a cope. You know, it's just an attempt at trying to gaslight people into thinking the Switch 2 has no games, and then Nintendo's on the way out, and it's just nothing but a cope. But you do have, like...
It's so amazing. It's honestly fascinating to see how much he completely just is able to write off specific things about, like, anybody who hates this is just coping and all that whatnot. It's honestly, it's so amazing how this guy is able to kind of just act like he's dusting them off his shoulders, but the dust is like everywhere across his clothes, you know?
10% of the population who genuinely don't like this game. And it is kind of important to, like, address the fact as to why this is happening, why this is such an issue, why people are like...
Because fans expected better. And I think with any franchise that you're a fan of, it's always important to keep yourself grounded and to realize that your favorite franchise, your games deserve better.
You know, so conflicted about these games. The simple fact of the matter is they got filtered. Like, the simple fact of the matter is a lot of people picked this up thinking it was going to be some stale, derivative, uninspired Halo knockoff, when in reality, it was the far superior Metroid Prime, a series that requires intelligence, skill, sophistication to enjoy and appreciate. And
Okay. It requires intelligence and okay. I mean, that's not he's acting like it's the only real big franchise out there that requires intelligence and whatnot. Something you lack of, but that's neither here nor there.
that's kind of the core issue. That's always been the issue when it comes to Metroid Prime. The reason why people, like, froth at the mouth over low IQ nonsense like Call of Duty Modern Warfare or Halo 3 or Dead Space, BioShock, Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3.
Hey, don't you... I'm watching you. If you start slandering Mass Effect, I'm going to have problems.
You know, Red Dead Redemption.
Tali's a goddess.
And, like, Portal. You know, the reason why, like, Half-Life 2... the reason why so many people, like, worship those games is that those are casualized experiences that are heavily streamlined, that handhold
Casualized experiences. I'm raising an eyebrow to that one. Okay. I mean, I really wouldn't call Mass Effect casualized. I wouldn't call it that. That's a new one actually.
People through the entire experience, right? They're not scary. They don't challenge the player. They're not intuitive. They're not intellectually stimulating.
Neither is Metroid Prime 4 because you got Miles McKenzie who literally just he holds your hand throughout the majority of the first part of the game when he doesn't need to. I played that part and I know this. So he acts like Metroid Prime is like the only he acts like it's the only one capable of being emotionally stimulating. Honestly, the most no, I should say intelligently stimulating. I should have said, oh well, shit happens. But more intellectually stimulating. Actually, honestly, I think the most intellectually stimulating game that I played this year was Blueprints. That's a game that's intellectually stimulating. That gets your brain going, dude. That game gets your brain going. I love Blueprints. Really good game. So, yeah. Hold on. There we go. Okay.
Right. Like, all you do in those games is watch a bunch of cutscenes play out and, like, listen to those stupid those audio logs and like listen, like, experience the story as the developers intended.
Okay, that's not fair. Those are only Sony's games.
Metroid Prime is quite a bit beyond that because unlike those games, Metroid Prime is actually focused
Yeah, Half-Life 2 and Portal are known for not holding your hand. Yeah, absolutely.
on the gameplay. It's actually focused on having tight level design, amazing mechanics, great combat situations, amazing, like, fundamental, just out of this world gameplay elements. Like, Metroid Prime 4 is very, very much unlike these other games. Like, it is a much more focused experience that is targeted towards a specific demographic. You know, people who like Metroid games, people who like exploring, people who enjoy the vibe and the style of Metroid. And that, because it's such a hardcore dedicated thing, it's not for a mainstream audience.
Metroid as a whole is not for a mainstream audience. That franchise is more niche in comparison to Nintendo's other IPs. Metroid's been a niche IP for decades now. I think I think the best-selling game that Metroid has is Dread. And Dread only sold, like, what, 3 million? Hang on. Yeah, 3 million. Yeah, I was right. Oh, wait. This is Facebook. Oh, that's Metroid Prime 4. Yeah, 3 million. Yeah. So, I mean,
Is not a AAA franchise and never has been.
yeah.
The simple fact of the matter is that the people who are upset with Prime 4, who don't enjoy it, who think it sucks, who think it didn't evolve enough, these people were simply filtered by what the studio was trying to do. You know, that's
So you're really going to use the excuse, really going to use the From Software excuse, even though you hate using that, even though you hate when people use that excuse. Funny how that works. Funny how that works. Also, that pause is hilarious. Oh, that pause. Oh, no. Oh, no. Meanwhile, the game I'm playing doesn't hold your hand unlike Metroid Prime 4, so Harmon, you can shut your mouth now. That pause. I'll let you guys have your fun with that. Go ahead. Guys, let it sink in. All right, let's keep going.
Simply the reality of it is that they got filtered. And I really think this is a term that really needs to be normalized when it comes to like
There we go.
Nintendo discourse online, because you saw a lot of this with like Princess Peach Showtime and
Princess Peach Showtime, huh? Okay. Okay. This is all right. Keep going.
Mario and the Luigi Brothership and The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, No More Heroes 3, Bayonetta 3, Animal Crossing New Horizons. Like,
Isn't No More Heroes 3 on Steam now? If I remember correctly. No More Heroes 3 is on Steam.
a lot of these games that come out that are masterpieces, that are huge hits, and you constantly see people coming out and saying, well, it's not very good. Oh, Nintendo has no games. Oh, like, you just got filtered, bro. Like, traditionally, we've seen, like, getting filtered as having...
Good lord, the camera cannot keep up. His camera could not keep up throughout all of that. Did you see that? Oh my... Hold on. I gotta do something. Hang on. I need to do this. Hang on. Give me a minute. Hang on. Hold on. I gotta send this. Oh my god. Hang on a second. I gotta send this. Okay. All right. Okay, we're good. I sent it to the right people.
We've seen, like, getting filtered as having something to do with the difficulty and not being able to beat the game. But Metroid Prime 4 is really interesting in that a lot of people are beating the game, they are getting through it, and they're just coming to like the completely incorrect conclusion about the experience and what it actually entails. Because
Incorrect. Okay, I'm curious on that one.
you're seeing a lot of people, a couple of days ago, people were spurging out about the ending. They were finally beating the game after a week, and they were just like, oh, man, it's so disrespectful how Samus left everyone behind and killed them all. Like, Samus sucks. Like, they had no understanding of the context. They had no idea that, like, the troopers were,
Oh, so technically I just got spoiled there. Whoops. Oh, well. I'll probably forget about it.
like willingly sacrificing themselves. They had no idea that Samus had to leave the planet because, the Lemorn left behind some essential knowledge that would benefit the entire universe.
His camera, if I remember correctly, I think his camera is supposed to be... It's one of those that kind of tracks your movements. Like, if you move a certain direction, the camera will pick up where you're going. The problem is that it's connected to what's clearly a iMac laptop, and so as a result of that, the camera just comes off as like really ass. So
Like, essentially what happened is a lot of these people didn't understand the plot. They didn't understand the implication. They didn't understand it. Like, it wasn't spoon-fed to them. And as a result of that, they didn't understand it, and as a result, they were filtered.
no, I think it is that they did understand it. It's just the understanding of it sucks. As far as I know, I have no idea. I still haven't finished the game. I don't know if I don't know if I will finish the game, but yeah.
So for someone like me who did understand the plot, who did understand the plot, who put in a lot of work, like scanning everything and like talking to other people about it and like getting to know the characters and getting invested in them, like I was very, very moved by their sacrifice. And honestly, now
Hey, Anonymous, how you
consider Metroid
doing?
4 to be the all-time greatest like Metroid ending. Like I was
I may not have gotten all the details since I didn't get 100% of the scans, but the story sucked. Okay.
shocked by like how well produced that cutscene at the end actually was. It was stunning, and we're supposed to believe
It probably is a stunning looking cutscene, but that doesn't mean that the context and story behind it doesn't suck, you know? That could mean multiple different things.
That Metro, like, this ending was bad because, like, well, a bunch of people died. No, that's what makes it good. That's what makes it, like, evocative. That's what makes it tragic. That's what makes it like a good story, essentially. You know, people have this weird idealized view of it where they're just,
Okay, so I could add to this is that some parts of a story can I think here's the thing. Throwing in as many different tragic aspects to a story that doesn't need to be there, 9 times out of 10 doesn't work. Because you actually, here's a good way to describe it. Hold on. A good friend of mine did a video way back when. Hold on. Hold on. Killing joke. If you hey Nintendo Mail, how you doing?
Marvel may get a
There's a particular clip here. Give me 1 second.
kind of a superhero is
Let me see.
destructive behavior.
Oh, here we go.
The defense, well, they gave Barbara more.
This is
Defense
so a good friend of mine, Jado. He recently, he describes what I'm about to say a lot better than I could ever hope for. Is that when you put so many character traits into one character until there's
Here for Metroid Other M, and I have the same response. Adding characterization is not automatically a good thing, not when you just dump and dogpile negative traits onto the character until there's nothing likable left. You can add flaws to a character, but there's a right and a wrong way to do it. The show Elementary's take on Sherlock Holmes turned him into a very serious recovering drug
and then
addict.
skip ahead.
It's good character. Interesting, and Killing Joke Batgirl don't fight to overcome them, while other M. Samus and Killing Joke Batgirl don't realize they have flaws, period, so they stagnate, and Barbara just quits. But it's not...
Yeah, that's kind of just the idea I'm going for, is that trying to put in characterization or story elements to something that doesn't really fit, doesn't really add, it's not necessarily a good thing all the time.
Just like, well, Samus didn't even try to save them. It's like, yeah, she wasn't in a position to do it, you know? It's just how it turned out, you know? Like,
again, Gar would probably know more than I do because he's big into Metroid more than I was, but yeah.
It's remarkable how these people just do everything they possibly can to present themselves as hardcore Metroid fans when in reality they don't understand the franchise at all. They don't understand. Like, it's interesting. Like, they went to such lengths, like complaining about the NPC characters initially, you know, complaining about like how Samus is alone all the time. Oh, she has no friends. And then like,
it's not that she's alone all the time or has no friends. It's that either a large majority of the last previous games, as far as I remember, all have Samus in an isolated world, and that's what makes the atmosphere of those games so captivating. And if you're going to have NPCs in it, then the NPCs have to be just as captivating or interesting. From what we can tell, given the backlash behind the NPCs, is that the NPCs around this in Metroid Prime 4 just aren't as compelling. And there's nothing wrong with that. If people thought that about the NPCs, that's their prerogative to do so. That doesn't make them any less... It doesn't make him any less wrong about what they have to feel, you know?
When she loses them at the end of Prime 4, like, people were surprised by that. Like, oh man, how could she do this to them? Like, it's remarkable how people just aren't able to process, you know, the subtleties in the storytelling. How they aren't able to appreciate the artistry. How they aren't able to appreciate, you know, the high IQ storytelling that's
cute.
That's at work here. It's just so far beyond them because they really can't handle anything more complicated than shoot the bad guy. You know, that's what these guys are. These guys think this is BioShock. They think this is Mass Effect. They think this is Dead Space, where like just shoot the bad guy until it's dead and everything is fine.
Wow, so you're just completely misinterpreting BioShock and Dead Space and all that. That's okay. So clearly, a man chooses, a slave obeys is just other words for shoot the bad guy, right? Shoot the bad guy. Okay. Or how about Isaac trying to cope with the fact that his girlfriend's dead, and the marker trying to take hold of him is just another code for, oh, shoot all the necromorphs. Yeah. Okay. That's wow. You claim that people don't understand Metroid Prime 4, but you clearly don't understand the other franchises that people like better. That's wow. Yeah.
And that's just not how life works out sometimes. You need to grow up a little bit. You need to get some perspective, and you need to understand.
It's ironic that he's kind of saying that we need to grow up. He's saying that we need to grow up while he's playing in the platform that is exclusive, well, that is mostly played with for kids. So
That Metroid is just a higher quality franchise than anything else you've been playing over the past 10 years.
What's even funnier too is that he was one of the first people to criticize Metroid Prime 4. Oh, hold on. Klutzy just DM'd me. Klutzy just DM'd me. But it's funny how he was one of the first people to criticize the ever-living shit out of Metroid Prime 4. But then but once it came out and he actually played it, he was like, "Oh, it's actually my game of the year. It's my personal favorite." Grifter's got a grift. Birds of a feather flock together.
You know, that's simply the reality of the situation. Like, the thing I've been noticing is that hardcore Metroid fans are very, very pleased with this release. They very, very much like it, but it's the casuals who are filtered. It's the casuals who don't understand this game, don't understand the appeal, and are complaining about it. Even if they're able to beat the game, like, they simply just don't have
That makes no sense, but okay.
the mental capacity to understand just how good this actually is. They are too stupid to appreciate Metroid Prime 4 and really need to understand that. They simply are not the target audience.
Yeah, I remember that, Devastator. They do spell that out. Okay. All right, chat. We got one more from Harmon. Or do you guys want to do do you guys want to do more Harmon, or do you want to go to Alex? Actually, hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Let me do this. Three Harmons out of 10. Do you guys... Hey, Dragon Eye, how you doing? You guys want to just stick to Alex? Because it is one of the other topics of today. So... The Banana Man, Harmon just pisses me off. Fair enough. Fair enough. And I'm sure... I'm sure Alex, the sight of Alex will probably make... Hellfire a lot happier. I'm sure it'll make her happier for sure. So, all right, we'll probably just stick to Alex, and then if I have time, I'll probably like play some Absolum afterwards. If you don't like Prime 4, that's fine, but all Harmon does is play games that are for a child audience, then go have your brain checked. I understand playing Mario like once or twice, but all the time he needs help. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So we got Alex next. So, I don't know much about the situation involving Nvidia. I just know the prices of RAM is going up and GPUs are going up, and GPUs are losing or like cutting like 40 to 60% production off of them. So I'm curious more about what he has to say. So let's give it a shot.
What if I told you right now that this may in fact be the last generation where you actually own your hardware or even your video games? That's going to be an incredibly bold thing to say.
No, I can see that. I can see that. I wouldn't be surprised if you told me that. I wouldn't be surprised because we were heading down that direction for a long time.
But I have a feeling that what we're going to be seeing after the next generation of consoles and even graphics card hardware, you're going to be seeing a lot of companies and corporations, especially in the gaming space, move towards the more cloud-based subscription model, where we're even going to be getting to the point where you're going to be renting your own personal computer or even renting your own console. And the only company standing in the way of all of this is someone that nobody actually ever expected. And that company is Valve. You see, I personally think that people are getting the idea of the Steam machine completely incorrect, and they're focusing on things that don't really make a lot of sense in the actual future. They may make sense now, but when you're looking at things directly from what's happening right now in the gaming space, and even with AI and GPUs, this could be the one device, the one system that really puts the entire ownership of video games back into the palm of your hand as an actual consumer. And I've been critical of the Steam machine as well for two things specifically. One, we don't know the price, and two, the 8 gigabytes of VRAM on that simple device.
Yeah, I'm curious of what the price of the Steam machine is going to be. My bank says it'll probably be about 500, but I wouldn't be surprised if Valve charged like 600 to 700. I would not be surprised if they did. That wouldn't shock me whatsoever. But that's just me. So. And as for currently playing Warframe as I am watching the stream, we watching Potassium Man / Shredder. Yep. Yes, we are. And then of course, the 8 gigabytes of VRAM. From what I can tell, if I remember correctly, there was a YouTube channel out there that tested. They tested out. They created their own version of a Steam machine, and it had like a lower GPU, and it was able to run games like Cyberpunk at like 60, if I remember correctly. I forgot which channel it was, but I remember Gara saw it once, and so I'm trying to remember exactly what it was.
The thing is, though, I think what we're going to be seeing is the Steam machine and Valve being the only things left to stand in the way between every other company forcing you to have an online subscription to actually play the games that you bought. Get ready to own nothing and be happy. According to videocards.com, GeForce Now's 100-hour monthly cap starts January 1st for everyone. A user's chart shows what extra time would actually cost.
There's a monthly cap now? They're going to be doing that shit? You're kidding. Okay, well, this will be interesting.
That's right. If you're old like me, you may in fact remember the days of having to go through the grocery store and find AOL online discs where the actual access to the internet used to be charged by the minute. No, yeah, that was a fun one, by the way. You have X amount of minutes per month on your actual AOL usage to go through and actually be online, unlike today where it is completely unlimited. We are now going backwards in technology. We're going backwards in space and time to where now subscriptions like GeForce Now are adding specific time restrictions every single month for the services that you in fact pay for. And trust me, where things are going and how I'm going to connect the pieces together, this may in fact be the one tweet you never expected to rock the entire gaming industry. Now, saying all that, I wanted to do a couple of things specifically. Let's go to the GeForce website and see what they actually charge you for their service directly.
Okay.
The free tier model of GeForce Now is ad supported. You can join for free, get access to 2,000 games.
Greed is truly a deadly sin, yeah.
With 1 hour gaming sessions, up to 1080p resolution, and up to 60 FPS. Couple of things right off the bat. The up to means it's not going to be 1080. It means that at some points when you stare at a wall or at a corner, it'll hit 1080p or 60 FPS on that device. Gotta love it. What's the next tier? Oh, look at that. We've got a half-price holiday tier coming up. The $4.99 a month with no ads when it's actually $9.99 a month on the regular price. They decided to cut you a break for 50% off for the holidays. So nice of you guys, Nvidia. Way to go. You get 4,000 games to access. You can install to play games, which is a new feature. Really, we haven't had that before already. 6-hour gaming sessions as well. That's incredibly important, by the way. The game session time is also very important too.
Oh, okay, so it's all going to tie together to the 100-hour game sessions. Noted.
And you also get up to 1440p and 60 FPS. Then you've got the ultimate tier for $10 a month, when normally it is actually $19.99. Also with no ads, apparently. 4,000 games, install your games as well. 8-hour gaming sessions, up to 4K and up to 240 FPS. Now, I know what you're thinking, Alex, that's just a service. Why would that even impact me whatsoever? Why would I care about that at all? And they even said they're going to be giving you the times in those tiers. The difference, though, is that in those tiers, you only have a limit of 100 hours per month, which they don't tell you in that specific tier. So even if you pay for the actual $10 tier.
So it's just going to cost more the more that you... It's just gonna cost more the more that you add hours to the game to your playtime. Like if you go over the $100 threshold, then you're just gonna be charged more out the ass. Nice. That's definitely very hopeful for the future. Very hopeful. Can't wait. That's yay. That's just also that pause game is hilarious. Check DMs. Okay. I won't be going over Dreamcast guy, Devastator, but I appreciate you looking at it though.
Tier or $20, and you get either 8-hour or 4-hour gaming sessions. If you cross that 100-hour threshold per month, prices in fact skyrocket exponentially. Somebody on Reddit find out exactly what you might in fact be paying. According to Apple Royals on Reddit, GeForce Now will universally limit playtime to 100 hours per month starting January 1st. Here's how much cloud gaming will cost you from now on. And this chart is actually fantastic because a couple of things I want to point out on this directly. When you look at the chart, you can see that after 3 hours...
I already checked DMs for Devastator. Thank you.
The playtime per day, you are already at the 100-hour mark, basically at the 99.99 mark for that actual month. The thing is, though, once you cross that threshold, prices, in fact, almost double. If you look at the total cost per month on the performance and the ultimate tiers, you can see that once you cross the 4-hour mark per day, the price goes from $9.99 to $15.97 per month. On the ultimate tier, you went from $19.99 to $31.97 per month. After you increase your playtime every single hour, the price exponentially increases as well. In fact, after 1 year of playtime crossing the 3-hour per day mark, you have spent $191 that year on the performance tier and $383 per year on the actual ultimate tier. After 5 years of the service, you are getting close to, in fact, $958 on the performance tier and $1,918.20 on the ultimate tier.
I don't even spend that much on Game Pass. What the fuck? So you're telling me if I just want to spend over hundreds of hours on one particular game, maybe say Baldur's Gate 3, for example, I had... Like, what? So you're telling me that if I put, like, say, over 100 hours into Baldur's Gate, right? Let's see, where is it at? If I put 100 hours into, like, over 100 hours into Baldur's Gate, that's I'll have to cut it off there for the rest. That's, holy shit. That's, wow. Okay. As if things couldn't look more bleak now, could they?
Nvidia is moving everyone into this direction. In fact, they're not the only one. There are specific reasons as to why. You see, when you buy a GPU, even if it is $2,000, that is a product that is only purchased one time, and that revenue is only gained one time after that product has been purchased, after logistics, after packaging, after marketing.
They already charge out the ass for their hardware. They already charge out the ass for that stuff. You're kidding me. They already... okay. Ugh. All for the sake of player retention. That's all it is. That's all it comes down to is player retention, player retention, player retention, player retention. It's going to be very interesting how Nvidia is just going to fuck over Nvidia PC gaming so goddamn hard. Not even going to exaggerate.
Marketing, after getting on stage, after buying Jensen's leather jackets, all of those things come into play for the price and cost of that product and how much revenue Nvidia is making on its own return. The thing is, though, what Nvidia is trying to do is, in fact, not sell you GPUs. No, they want to rent you your own personal computer back to you by using their own AI data centers. Yeah, I'm not kidding. The thing is, though, Nvidia is not the only one to do this. Even though Xbox has gone around and lost the console war, what you're seeing right now is a direct pivot into what Xbox has been looking to do: create Windows as an actual gaming platform. And the two things they specifically did were basically add cloud gaming to every single Game Pass tier, and then on top of that, they raised the price of Game Pass as well. In fact, you can clearly see from Xbox on their own that Xbox Cloud Gaming with Game Pass went up 45% and is now available in 30 countries. As an actual consumer perspective who can't afford a lot of actual gaming consoles or systems, either because of just importing and other things as well due to actual prices increasing over time, well, you can clearly see your other access points and ways of companies trying to get more money out of you. The difference, though, is it's not about reaching new customers and accessing them directly because they can't afford to go ahead and buy a console. What they're doing right now is removing the actual physical hardware from you as a customer and consumer, giving that hardware to AI data center companies, and then leaving the only thing left to you is to have cloud gaming services at all. And then to make...
Of course, AI data centers. Every company nowadays pushing AI like crazy. Every big major corporation. Twitter currently, they just recently they released an update where any images that you posted on your Twitter can be digitally altered, or they could be edited into edited and trained through AI. So that's just going to be yeah.
Matters even worse, what will happen as well is that they'll begin to introduce dynamic pricing, and we showed the actual usage of dynamic pricing in this video just a few moments ago, where Nvidia decided to say, hey, we want to have a little bit of a sale for our actual online service, even though we're going to be restricting the amount of hours we can actually apply. Oh, hey, for the holiday, here's half off. After the actual holiday and the new year begins, we're going to increase the price by 25%. Got a new game coming out? Dynamic pricing. We're going to go ahead and increase the price for that month as well.
Yeah, and you can thank Nintendo for starting that. You definitely can thank Nintendo for starting that, because Nintendo is starting to do that as well.
Every single time you're going to be seeing those specific things happen, and that dynamic pricing rear its ugly head to then nickel and dime you in every possible sense and literally just go through and ring you for as much money as it possibly can without breaking you, pushing you closer to the breaking point but not actually making you cross the line. So you'll gladly still give them the money, you'll kind of feel somewhat burned, but you won't feel all the way scammed. And that's where the real scam comes in, and that's where things get real nasty and dirty in the gaming industry. You see, because even though Nvidia has the lion's share of the PC gaming market, a couple of things are in fact happening. They're focusing more on AI specifically. In fact,
that's going to be a huge downfall. I feel like that's just going to be terrible for everybody. Like, I've talked before about stuff revolving Gen AI and whatnot, right, on this channel. I've talked about it a couple of times before. But this definitely, it's gonna be very interesting seeing just how often we're gonna see companies continually lose money because of AI or because of their overabundance on AI. It's gonna suck. It really is, because as like I mentioned before, AI, as much as it does have a longer shelf life, AI is still a bubble, and eventually it's going to pop eventually, because it's estimated within a couple of years from now that costs to use these AI machines is going to be like in the trillions eventually. It's going to be in the trillions within the next few years. So, like, if you think it's bad now, it's going to get worse when we're not able to fight against this kind of garbage, you know? So, that's just how it's going to be, you know? Let them all lose as much as possible, F them.
Here is what's happening with Nvidia right now and their current models of GPUs. As reported by Puberty on Twitter, saying this: Nvidia is rumored to cut production of gaming GPUs by 30 to 40% in 2025 due to rising memory prices and supply shortage. And the thing is, I've talked about this before, and I called out exactly what was going to be happening with the actual cutting of production of GPUs for gaming in the first place, and what tiers that Nvidia is going to be targeting. And it turns out that I might have been right all along. Because according to videocards.com, the RTX 5060 Ti 16GB could face a
companies are losing millions because they're investing in AI. I don't doubt it. I have no doubts about that. Like I mentioned before, a bubble is just that, a bubble, and it's eventually going to pop.
pause as GDDR7 supply tightens. Oh, would you look at that? Would you look at that? The GPU that basically everybody would prefer to buy because it has 16 gigs of VRAM on the card and performs infinitely better than the actual 5060, which only has 8 gigabytes of VRAM. The 16 gig version, that's the one that's going to be held on pause as production tightens for memory, even though Nvidia is the one going around and causing that production tightening in the first place. Their incessant use of trying to push forward on AI on every conceivable level is exactly what's causing these memory shortages, going around and pushing their products onto every single company, and large language models going through and deciding what's going to happen.
It also happens in the game development stages as well, because most companies use Nvidia as their processing. I think there's only a few people that still use AMD to optimize stuff, but Nvidia is just much bigger in that regard.
In the actual gaming space, which means that once GPUs become more scarce with the actual memory shortages, which causes an actual feedback loop,
forces you
going
to buy
around
the
and saying,
service.
hey, well, even these GPUs are going to be costing more money because they're harder to find because all the AI companies are gobbling
Therefore, they're gonna railroad you into subscribing to that service.
them up. And since AI companies are gobbling them up and they're paying more money for all those GPUs and even for that VRAM itself, it's going to cost more money for the actual customer consumer in the first place, leaving you with nowhere else to go. But the only way to play video games would be to sign up for the actual fucking service.
Yeah,
welcome to
subscribe to
cloud
their
gaming,
service.
everybody. The scam that every single gaming company is now trying to place onto you because you weren't giving them enough money in the first place. And you know what? They're not the only one, because when you see who's actually buying the GPUs, you're going to get even angrier. That's because Mark Zuckerberg looks to double Meta's GPU stock to 1.3 million GPUs.
I'm speechless. We got major big tech company jackasses like Zuckerberg and Musk wasting millions of dollars on this kind of shit just to see if they can try and train AI, when we all know they're gonna lose so much over the years. Like I said, we're estimated in a couple of years from now, we're estimated to like be costing in money in the trillions for this shit. Trillions. And they're just going all in. That's woof, scary world we live in, people. I can't even imagine what this is going to be like. Because to me, a large majority of these people that are doing it, hasn't Meta just bled money after everything they kept investing in and experimenting with? I don't know, actually. I have no idea. At least not off the top of my head, anyway.
For AI training, Zuckerberg announces the effort as Elon Musk is upgrading his Colossus supercomputer, and Sam Altman partners to dump $500 billion into Project Stargate. When people are talking about competition in the gaming space now, we're not talking about Xbox versus PlayStation. We're not talking about my Nintendo Switch versus everybody else. We're not talking about AMD versus Nvidia. We're talking about major conglomerate corporations versus you, the actual consumer.
Yep.
They are literally trying to privatize actual personal computing. And we're not talking about just the hobbyist builders. We're talking about every single way that you access video games and play them in the gaming space right now. And in the future, it's going to completely evaporate and disappear, because these companies will be more than happy to buy up every single GPU, leave you with nothing, make you subscribe to their online cloud streaming service, use those AI data centers that they bought and paid for, which you have to subscribe to now, to go ahead and feed you the actual game over the internet as a cloud streaming platform that you signed up for, that you pay for now on a monthly recurring revenue stream to play the video game, which they can dynamically control the price of whenever a new game comes out.
That's just okay. And on top of that, they can measure how much it should be cost thanks to dynamic pricing. That's just and cloud gaming already has like its problems already. So I don't know why we're pushing forth with cloud gaming, because there are still some kinks that need to be worked out. We are literally they're blowing their load way too fast. They are blowing way too low their load way too early when it comes to AI and when it comes to cloud gaming, that I have a gut feeling that it's going to implode in not only their faces but ours as well, because at the end of the day, ultimately, we are the ones that are going to be being punished. We are the ones that are going to be punished because of it. These companies waste so much money, they waste so much time and resources into what is essentially the next big fad, and it's going to be very shitty for pretty much everybody involved, not just CEOs. And if you think this is going to be an Nvidia exclusive issue, you're an idiot, because AMD, if you think that like, oh, I'm just going to switch to AMD, that'll solve the issue. No, it won't. They'll still try and railroad it to you. They'll still try to shove that shit down your throat. They don't give a shit about you. They don't give a shit about that. They'll do whatever. These companies will do whatever they can to continue to line up their pockets, and as long as they're the new big fad that's going on, until the new fad dies out. That's the same thing that happened with NFTs back in the day. Even though the difference is everybody knew that NFTs was basically a scam.
Has it clicked yet? And it turns out that all these companies doing this are also
helping the ones who are at the front line, like the below the ladder, but no, throw the money at the AI that bursts. Then the middle/working class will get hit the hardest. Yep, they will. They will.
putting people like Valve and you in a precarious situation. Because according to Insider Gaming, Valve is quietly ending production of the most affordable Steam Deck. That's right. Apparently it's getting too expensive for Valve to make the LCD model of this Steam Deck, and they've completely stopped production.
That is disappointing. That's very disappointing.
If you have an LCD model, you literally have an actual piece of history in the gaming space. And I think this is where exactly the Steam Machine is going to fit into this slot. Do I think it's going to be the price of the LCD model? Absolutely not.
More than
what I
likely.
think is going to happen, though, is when we're talking about actual power of computing, Steam seems to be the one odd man out. They are a private company. They're the only ones possibly standing in the way in front of companies like Nvidia, AMD, OpenAI, Facebook, Grok, everything else standing in the way of trying to stop you from owning actual computer games and owning video games.
That is one of the benefits that Valve has, is that Valve is in a peculiar spot where they are not privately owned, therefore they do not have to worry about investors, they don't have to worry about making quarterly numbers, they don't have to worry about any of that shit. So, as a result, you are going to see that a large amount of people are going to start using stuff like SteamOS, because at that point, why use anything else if these big tech conglomerates just don't give a single shit about you? Intel isn't doing good. I haven't heard anything about that at all.
In general, while we see even other companies like PlayStation and Xbox move towards more cloud gaming services and subscriptions. And even then, after all of that, companies like Nintendo are not even safe either, because according to WCCF Tech, a report showing that Nintendo now has to spend 41% more on the 12GB RAM chips that it uses to make Nintendo Switch 2 consoles.
You know why? Because their chips are made because of Nvidia. Nvidia makes those chips. So expect the Switch 2 prices to go higher, because they will. They will go higher, if that's the case.
Guess who makes the actual board for the Nintendo Switch 2 consoles?
It's Nvidia.
It's Nvidia. So now even corporations aren't safe. Corporations are incredibly successful. Corporations that make the most revenue and money on the face of the earth in the video game marketplace. No one is going to be safe from this. And again, like I said before, the Steam Machine, the Steam Frame, and Valve themselves may be the one last hope we have in the video game space to actually have a piece of ownership directly for video games and even personal computing hardware themselves. And even though I'm saying this right now, I've been critical of the fact that 16 gigs of VRAM is not inside the Steam Machine itself. It's stuck with 8. And even we've seen actual Valve engineers say that the Steam Machine is better than 70% of the hardware on the Steam Market Survey. So you can clearly see what Valve is looking to do. They're looking to make sure that their entire user base doesn't simply move to a cloud-based solution. Valve is not doing this out of wanting to provide you a cool little device. No. Valve is doing this because they see the writing on the wall. They need to provide you, the consumer and customer, a way to access your Steam library and to play your games on any specific device.
It's all about self-preservation. It's all about preserving what you own, because very often companies nowadays will tell you that you basically do not own what you pay for. So what Valve is trying to do is that they're not trying to not only just be above the curve, but they're also trying to really just keep the idea that you own what you pay for alive, or at least as much as you can.
Regardless of how they actually do it, they need a way to provide you with actual personal computing power in your hands locally to give you access to your library as well. And they also want to make sure that you have access to go ahead and buy more games on their storefront and keep that company rolling in the dough. This isn't Valve trying to be nice. This is Valve going around and doing this out of actual preservation. And honestly, it seems like this may be the right call moving forward. We may be seeing a time where we're going to be regressing back in technology and power being owned as an actual customer and consumer. And this is where things are going to get really sticky. Are you going to see the most high-end next-generation games be only able to be played via cloud services?
Probably. I don't think it's only going to be because played on cloud services. Because, like I said, cloud services has their own kinks. But I do think you are going to see a lot of... I guess the best way to describe it is like... remember the Google Stadia? About how it was trying to be this big thing where you can connect and play games and play through the internet, over the internet, far, like, without having the need for a console. I think that's what people are going to try and do. They're going to pull exactly what the Stadia failed to do. And on top of that, guaranteed, just watch, they're going to start having exclusives specifically for cloud gaming, specifically for cloud services. Do I think it'll happen? Not for a long time. Not for a long time, but I do think it. Do I think it'll happen? Probably. There's a possibility. I don't like that possibility at all, but it is a possibility.
Because the actual GPUs are not available for customers and consumers.
Especially if they're going to be cutting production of GPUs, then absolutely you're going to see this not only with your games but with your hardware as well. It's just an inevitable cycle of paying more for less and owning very less and less as time goes on, to the point where, as he said earlier, you will own nothing and be happy. That's just how it is. And this is why stuff like this is exactly why I've been so critical over the years of PS5, of Sony launching PS5 Pros without a disc drive. This is why I am super... this is why I've been super critical of Xbox raising Game Pass and moving more towards cloud gaming. This is why I've been so critical of stuff like game key cards and stuff like fake digital, physical media, like what Nintendo's doing right now. This is why I've been critical of everything like that, because we are slowly more and more reaching to a point where physical media, or your ability to own any kind of media that you used to own at all, is going to eventually vanish, because they are trying to move towards the digital and internet age. It's why I get so annoyed when people constantly still bitch about console wars, or when they still bitch about Xbox versus PlayStation, because realistically, it would be wise to realize that those conversations no longer actually matter. None of it actually matters anymore, because these big high-tech companies are going to constantly screw you over without you having to realize it. And unfortunately, with our current society that we have right now, people will still buy it and eat it up, which will make things even worse. It will make things even worse. So I think it would be extremely wise to know that what we're seeing doesn't actually matter. None of it actually matters. None. And over time, we are going to see this happen. It's going to be a slow, gradual increase on this ideology. I'm not trying to be a doomer, but that's just what's going to happen. Nobody's going to be able to change this shit except for us. Which is why I'm glad that Alex is showing us this now, because now we can be able to find ways to fight back. You know, we can be able to not fight back, but more so just be prepared for what's to come. And if you think it's just going to be an Nvidia issue, you're an idiot. Because other companies are going to follow suit, guaranteed, especially AMD. I'm a proponent of cloud gaming being an option for people that want a low-cost entry to high-end PC gaming, not as the only way to play games. I used Stadia, and I remember when my games were ripped away from me. I remembered when I lost my save for Dragon Quest XI, because I played that on Stadia, and I lost 40 hours of game time that I can never get back. Oh, man. That's another big issue. It's just this push to cloud gaming and AI I feel it's seriously going to backfire, and hopefully, and I hate to say it, I really hope it leads to a potential second crash. That, like, the inevitable second crash. Because at some point, we need something like that to really hammer the point home that what these companies have been doing are not what should be seen as the industry standard. None. At no point was this ever given a actual compelling or rational thought whatsoever. At any point. They are focusing on the wrong things to try and lean towards. I can give you all the benefits of cloud gaming, but those benefits do not outweigh the cons at all. Not one bit. They really don't. They really don't. Cloud gaming as a whole right now is still has its kinks, because cloud gaming, like, I remember playing Halo Reach, trying to play Halo Reach through cloud gaming was ass. I hate to be a doomer or anything like that, but holy shit, this stuff regarding this situation is just looking bleak.
And only to those massive AI data centers as well. Are you going to be seeing exclusive games on cloud services simply because locally owned hardware is not
They tried that with Google Stadia.
powerful enough to play those games natively on that actual device? And the only way to do so is to sign up for that cloud service. This could spiral the video game industry into something that no one was actually expecting. We've seen so many people talk about actual ownership in games. Well, that ownership is evaporating in front of everyone. And instead of
and these guys, they don't notice. They don't notice. That's the annoying part, is that they are going, like, we're seeing more and more of our ability of our rights as consumers getting taken away slowly but surely, but people are okay with it because, oh, I can play my games in a more convenient place now, or in a more convenient sense. And here's another stat. Almost 20 million people are still on dial-up internet, and 50 million have less than 100 megabyte internet. Exactly. Yeah.
going on and seeing what's actually happening. They're too busy console worrying about how many PS5 sales were done in November. And if you think I'm being hyperbolic about the entire thing, I want you to look at this specifically, because here's one article that really shocked me to the core when I saw what happened. And when you see this too, things are going to get really weird in the next couple of years. OpenAI's Stargate project is set to consume up to 40% of global DRAM output. It inks deal with Samsung and SK Hynix to the tune of up to 900,000 wafers per month. I want you to think about the words that I just said, especially those last three words, wafers per month. We're not talking about actual chiplets. We're talking about wafers, things that even the OpenAI team and the data centers cannot even use because those wafers have not been processed. OpenAI is not buying all this RAM to make ChatGPT better. OpenAI is buying all these wafers of RAM to go through and stop the competition from having access to it as well.
So they're literally just killing off the competition. So it's literally just killing the competition so they can take their ball and go home. What a joke. Absolutely a joke.
Literally starving everybody out. And then at the same time, once those wafers are used and then turned into chiplets, you can't even use it as an actual consumer because it's been processed far too much. So even then, it all becomes actual e-waste at the end of the day. You have
Especially, I can only imagine how much of a wreck this is going to cause to the environment on top of that.
companies working against you in every single facet of the imagination that you could possibly see in the gaming industry. You have AI companies literally buying up literal wafers, 900,000 of them per month, in order to go through and stifle actual competition, restrict product in the actual space, and then stop you as a customer and consumer from owning any personal computing power at all, thereby forcing you as a customer and consumer where the only way you can actually own your entertainment or even have some sort of entertainment is to simply access by paying that cloud service into that AI data center every single month through their own dynamic pricing, so you can go through and play a fucking video game in the first place.
Yeah, you're gonna want to do all this just to play your freaking video games. It's really weird. It's serious. It must be studied just how much of a degradation this is gonna be over the next couple of years. I'm so curious about how this is going to be handled over the next couple of years.
one of two things is going to happen. Either A, the AI bubble is going to completely explode and all these companies will come crawling back to customers and consumers, or B, it's going to get exponentially worse. And people...
I think it's going to be, I hate to be that guy, but it's probably going to be the latter. I'm going with the latter. Because when it comes to these kind of situations, two things always happen when it comes to these situations, all right? Let me sit up here a little bit. So, the thing is that a large majority of these situations, they always get worse before they get better. Always get worse, no matter what. That's the first thing. Number one is that they always get worse before they get better. And second of all, it's never going to stop. Okay? That's just how it is. It's not going to stop. There are going to be people that are still going to want to push this. You know? There are going to be people that still want to push it. But eventually, I'm hoping that the AI bubble just continuously implodes within a year or so. But the chances of that are very slim. Chances of that are very slim. But one can only hope. I say it's cope to believe that it could. And corporations, yeah, that's another thing, too. They'll find legal loopholes into that. Yeah.
People are not going to be looking to play newer video games at all. They're going to be looking towards retro and emulation and going back in time to play all the older games in their library.
My dad is one of them. The problem is he has no idea what he's talking about. Yeah.
Even Steam said it themselves. Only 14% of players played new games. Everybody else was stuck playing the old stuff, but that doesn't help companies like Valve at all, especially if there's no computing power left for any...
Yeah, because not everybody's going to want to... Nobody is subscribing to this shit. Nobody is subscribing to the concept of us not being able to own our stuff in the future. That's not something that we want as a community. That's not something that we want as gamers. You know? It's just not possible. And unfortunately, it's just only going to get worse. They're bleeding millions, usually losing way more money than what's invested. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it at all. Because, like I said, if you think the industry is bad now, if you think the gaming industry is bad now, this is what it's going to be like when stuff like this continues to be co-opted. I hope it doesn't, but we'll see.
Anyone to even buy a game to play natively locally on their hardware in the first place. And that is why I feel that right now, Valve is literally the only company standing in the way of you actually owning your video games, even though they are digital licenses. Even though I'm going to have somebody in the comment section go, oh, you don't actually own them. You own the license to them. Yeah, okay, we get it. You can tip your fedora all day long.
Yep.
But I'm not talking about ownership in terms of ownership and licensing. I'm talking about ownership in playing your video game locally on the hardware that you purchase that you have.
Just being able.
Soon, you're not going to have any...
Yeah, just being able to play your games, period. Just being able to play your games, period, is what any of us can ask for, you know? Just, it's not, like, yeah, it's digital licenses that we own when it comes to Steam, but at least we're able to play the games when we feel like, when we're able to. At least we're able to actually, yeah. Hang on.
Hardware whatsoever. It's just going to be an app on your TV with a Bluetooth controller that you connect to and a service that you pay monthly for as they time restrict you. And if you go over that time, they'll be more than happy to charge you more. Valve and Steam, in my opinion, are the last bastions of video games. And I really hope the Steam machine will be so successful.
I really hope so.
It'll be the one thing standing in the way of this insane industry. But you know what?
Oh, yeah, it's a scary time, man. Scary world we live in. I guess my biggest takeaway is that I really do hope that, I really do hope that it doesn't go the way that I think it will. I really hope that things just get better, but nine times out of 10, they always get worse before they do. And I guess my biggest takeaway with this whole Nvidia thing is that I think it's important that 2026 is going to be a shit show for sure, absolutely. For games, it looks like we're gonna have another big stack of year for games, but just in terms of being able to actually own what you have or what you like own anything. I remember when Stadia failed, people said it failed because it didn't have exclusive. I stopped listening to those people. I do hope the crash will happen as much gets better, but yeah, I can see the latter happening. It will get worse before it gets even better. And that's something that I do hope happens, because at the end of the day, it's I guess everything else is just going to be a dumpster fire. Yeah, it's just, I hope, the optimist in me really wants things to get better, but the realist in me knows that things are just going to get worse down the line. That's just the nature of the beast, you know? That unfortunately is just the nature of the beast. That's just because at this point we're reaching a stage where people are more than okay with just not being able to own your products. It's why I've been so critical of stuff like the game keycards for Nintendo. It's why I've been so critical of the push towards digital media. It's why I've been so critical of the push to forego physical media altogether, because over time we're not going to be able to have those memories and keep those lasting forever. You know? And that's just the long and short of it. Do I like feeling that this is like this defeated about it? No. But that's just how it's going to happen. You know? That's just how it's going to happen. But either way, that's pretty much, like, in terms of videos, that's pretty much all I had, really. Yeah, that's pretty much all I had when it comes to videos. So, for the rest of the stream, I'm probably just going to play a little bit of Absolum, or whatever it's called. I'll still buy physical games for consoles every now and then, but digital I will only get on PC. Yeah, me too. That's just how it is. And then just, yeah, so for the rest of the stream, I'm just going to pick up Absolum because currently I'm addicted. So, yeah. It's a really good roguelike. I really like it. Yeah, it's another thing is also build up. Yeah, that's another thing. Build up your GOG libraries as much as you possibly can. You know? Build those up as much as you possibly can. Alright, guys. Let me know if you can hear the game. I'm going to turn it up maybe just a little bit. Okay. You guys can hear it, right?
I have seen the dwarves in the deep and the library.
Ever since I was a rockling, I felt the urge to see what life. It's little wonder I ask for if I cannot find hope and do. Grenade bullet!
Perfect. Yeah, okay. Alright, let's switch characters. Let's go with, yeah, we'll go with Cider.
Danger now.
Yeah, that's more like it. Alright. Let's go over here. We'll start a new run. Let's go with...
Spider-Mine!
Yeah, we'll do a Spider-Mine. Yeah, we'll do that.
Three nations. I remember five. The lushness and the fire. Showtime!
Alright, let's see. What do we want to do next? I guess we can go back to Yeldrum. See if we can find another crystal. Yeah. Okay. Alright, let's see. Where can I find it? There's a secret entrance somewhere. I just gotta find it. Oh, wait. There it is. There it is. Perfect. Alright. Good. We found it.
I've been waiting for you, slave of the roots. Do you see these delightful little creatures? If you see one, you should.
Mine. Well, I was wondering.
There we go. Got him. Ooh, if an ultimate kills 5 or more enemies, you get a spark of power back. Nice. We'll do that. Okay. Let's keep going here. Got it.
Spider mine.
Oh, hello.
Spider mine.
Got it. That time for me. See you later. Good to see you, Lois. Oh, damn. There we go. Keep going. Very nice. Okay.
How can so much water exist when my city is built on sand?
Word, Smithy. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it.
To dust, hearts to rest.
Alright, let's see where do we go next. Let's see. Let's try going this way.
No, not a goblin, but worse, a wizard.
Take what you want. Just
Suppose I should take a bite.
Let's see here. Oh, that was awesome. Okay, let's see here.
Well, I was hungry.
Let's see. Throw you around. Got it.
No, not a goblin. But we're a wizard. Take what you want. Just spare us, please.
Boom. Got him.
Finders keepers.
Keep going.
Spider mine!
There we go.
Do you hear their voices?
There we go. Keep moving. Oh, boss fight.
again. I must.
Spider mine!
Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Gotcha. Easy.
You was such a tease.
Ooh, that's cool. Okay. So I got new combos. Very nice.
Hey, you! Over.
Welcome. A wizard? Alive and free? Daughter Luck rides with you. Wanna play a game of dice?
I'm the youngest.
The Silent Moon. My turn. 2 crowns. Scrap.
Luck is with me, loser.
Daughter fate must be.
You deserve a...
Hey, free coins.
Looking
Very
for a
nice.
war, is he? Lead the way.
All right. Let's keep moving here.
I have everything you need right
Ooh,
here.
let's see what we got. Okay.
For the cause.
Shiny.
We'll go with that. Yeah. All right, let's keep moving. All right.
Shiny. Those caves are glittering with treasures. So much it's not even fun.
Got him.
Suppose I should take a bite.
There we are. Focus all day, buddy. There you go.
Showtime!
Let's see here. All right. Let's see if we can try this again. Oh, here comes Mick Gordon's song.
You bring only death and destruction. Why don't you cease?
There's no treasure where you're going, big fella.
I will live forever.
Spider-Mine!
Oops. Damn, okay. Damn, okay. Yeah, that was a bad run. Rip.
Death is just another step on your journey. Hate your failure.
Okay.
Are we dreaming again?
Let's...
Are you ready?
Have you found my...
Let's try a different character, maybe. Let's try Galandra.
I have a blade, power, and a purpose. I hear a faint song. Hope.
Oh, of course, my controller fucks up. Hang on. Hang on.
is wounded but alive. None have captured more memories than the sea.
Let's see. Let's just probably just go straight ahead. There we go. Yeah, perfect. Okay. There we go. There we go.
This might be a boon.
There we go.
That will do.
Got it. Got him.
The legacy of my people, created with our song. Behind this bridge is the thrice holy mountain, the heart of a dead pact. I have no desire to rot here.
I love the music.
Even the smallest thing can help.
Ooh, grenades. There we go.
The sea takes.
Perfect. All right. Yeah, I adore playing this game. I've been having a blast with it lately. Got him. Easy.
You did your duty. I did mine.
Oh, to do a grab and slam. Got it. That makes sense. Okay.
Here.
That'll do.
So, competent. Lead on.
The Elder has... The Sun King is enraged.
It's always a pleasure to see your listening.
Oh shit. Oh, I didn't mean. Oh well. Oh well. Saves me more coins, I guess. Alright. Got him. Oh, come on, you piece of shit. I need to eventually get like a wireless controller. This one is just not doing it for me. Yeah, I gotta start connecting one of my wireless controllers. Eventually. Oh, come on now, really? That's twice now. Hang on. Hang on. There we go. Alright. Really? Piece of shit. There we go. There we go.
This might be a boon. world beneath comes the ocean.
Okay. Alright, let's try this boss again.
It isn't
You again, thief!
Got him.
I see you now.
Stay hidden into the shadows.
Very nice. All right. Let me just double check something. Okay. Double checking a few things. All right.
That'll do.
All right.
May the winds and
I may not be 10 hands. Nice. Ready when.
I have tools for you, assassin.
that could prove useful.
May sunlight hatch your heart. Our kin has expanded operations tremendously. And you've played no small part in our success. From now on,
Nice.
you'll encounter wandering shopkeepers here and there.
Nice.
If I take her hoard, I'll have to... That'll do.
Oh shit. Whoops.
Nobody can be true. Let's see if you... It won't be so...
It was pretty easy this time. Look at all those coins.
That'll do.
Ooh, blood harvest. Ooh. Ooh, that actually would be good. Oh.
The pain is excruciating. Want to talk for a while? When the Underking isn't lobbing storms at us, we have some regular trade, but we're really... While we roam the 11 seas, we may come across some nice stuff to aid you. We're approaching...
Let's go to
Don't
Yeldrum.
worry about the Eaters of...
Let's go to Yeldrum.
Even the smallest thing can help. The Queen is the true mistress of this art.
Let's see here. I could do this all day. Let's go.
Time is our greatest treasure.
Alley up.
A sun kick.
For the extra.
Ah, damn. Okay. That was pretty bad.
Death is just another step on your journey. At the threshold of doom in...
Okay.
Are you...
Have you found my tools yet?
You cry in your sleep.
Too many shades and memories clinging. There is one voice I cannot hear. So my master, Rusgar. He is not... Reaper Cyclone!
Ooh.
Revenge Claw! Reaper Cyclone! Reaper Cyclone!
Try another character. Let's do a little dwarven.
Let's crack those old bones. Blast bullet! Grenade bullet! Grenade bullet! I'm coming for you, kid. Breath of the mountains, voices of the wild.
Got him. Let's see.
Cut off from the sea.
One of the best things in life. Filling here.
There we go.
Even the light cannot pierce the depths of the...
There we go.
I have everything you need right here. For the cause.
The forged flame dances. In iron's song we find our love. Aye, that's some mighty fine work.
Let's go up here. Damn it.
I've seen better.
There we go.
Barely better than Joe. No king may command the lords
There we
of
go.
the storm.
We fight again.
There we go.
That was a great fight. Thank you.
All right, let's see.
Hey, you!
Welcome. Wanna
On the...
the silent mitre.
The hunter and the stone.
You lost, Ando. Pleasure playing.
Looking for a war, is he? The contract seems to lead the way.
It's always a pleasure to see your glistening coins.
All right. Probably should go. Probably go up front this time around.
Let's crack those old foes.
When the Crimson Order tracked...
Let's see. Got him.
Busy craft work.
Very nice.
In days of old, we harnessed the heart of the storm.
There we go. Let's see. I think it should. Yeah, that should take us to the castle. It should take us straight to the castle. Yeah.
Forgive.
I am the master. of this kingdom!
Bullet!
I will show you. I will end your
It is for you right now.
With sorrow deep, I ended a storm that was once my will. I like this.
I have everything you need right here.
Lock.
I'm in, Ottendo. Nice. Ready.
See if we can try it again.
The bandit queens.
Nobody. Let's.
Bullet! Grenade bullet! Grenade bullet!
I yield. It won't be so.
One of the best things in life. Filling your belly.
There we go.
Barely better than junk.
I got everything in here, right? Yeah, I did. Okay, just making sure. In case if I had, because I'm like I'm 2 coins short. Damn it.
My wrist. Wanna talk for a while? Another night. We're approaching spices and blood.
Alrighty. Probably after this run, I'll probably call it. This was, yeah. Perfect. Oh, I just keep going, okay. Got him.
Ritual of my folk. Unlimited power! Wander far, chasing horizons where the unknown calls.
I think I should be able to do. Beautiful.
seen better.
Very nice. Beautiful. There we go. Ah, stupid thing.
Grenade bullet! Blast bullet! The signature ritual of my folk.
Beautiful.
Unlimited power!
Oh, another boss.
You claimed. Show me the value.
Blast bullet!
Got her.
You're more powerful than I had hoped. Maybe you'll... Do you want to act?
Beaten by a hopeless war.
Ooh.
This rock.
Stay in light.
The jelly. Let's go.
Ottendo. Partner. Letter.
I have tools for you, assassin.
Busy craft work.
Here we go. Let's see if we can beat this second boss this time around.
Now is the time for a just you face me. I'll wear your skin.
Blast bullet! Grenade bullet!
of us, together, we can.
At least now I know to fight the sisters. Good to know. Got him.
Dig deep enough, and you'll find the source of all
Beautiful.
the seas.
Oh, I love the combat of this game. Oh, man.
It's always a pleasure to see your glistening.
The Forge Flame Dance.
We have harder.
Alright, let's see if we can be able to do this. Still got my whole team with me, so we should be able to.
Run and hide while you still can.
Alright, let's fight this big guy.
Welcome, let us hear you. I expected nothing less from.
Okay. Round one done. Ooh, summons damage. Perfect. Oh, shit. There we go.
Let the grand finale begin!
Bring it on, big guy.
joke on me.
Beautiful kill.
Another one bites the dust.
Hell yeah. Okay, let's see here. What next?
That's two. Cawie can block Azra's gears long enough to breach his fortress.
We must obey the strong. That's the oath. You desire an escort. Your word. Just, you may be the strongest. Only true strength. The warlord will not stay dead. He'll come back for you.
There we are. If I remember right, this is supposed to be the final level, right? Alright.
Gotta grant this to the kid. He built something great without but sand and wind. One of the best things in life. Filling your belly.
By order of the sun, drop your...
Grenade bullet! Grenade bullet! Grenade bullet!
Got it.
I thought everyone here was on their knees. Meet me at the bazaar.
Oh, this is a gorgeous game, man.
Last chance to catch me breath.
I was expecting a child. Have a look. Our lord is in hiding at the top of his tower. You'll need to create chaos in order to... An abundance of destruction.
Ah, damn it. That's annoying. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to just grab one of the wireless controllers. Yeah. I think this controller is given out. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, I think this controller is finally giving up after all these years. Yeah? I think so. Hang on a second. There we go.
The Root Sisters talk about freedom and life. They lie. When we decided to abandon their crooked ways, they waged war upon us. Azra gave us true freedom. Peace, cleanliness, and security.
I have everything you need right here. Spice is the...
Oh, you want to... Look at it. Looking for some dope? Take good care of it.
Piece of fucking shit. Alright, one down. Let's see.
In days of old, we harnessed the heart of the storm.
Mm-hmm. Very nice. This is the longest run I've gotten so far, actually.
Rituals are a threat in the wrong hands. Magic
Boom. Oh, here we go.
Grenade
Yeah, I just kept grabbing him. Love it. Okay.
Citizens of Asterium, enemies of the city are prowling our streets. Legionnaires are on their way.
Oh.
You are quite something. The palace gates are open. If you need something...
Well.
It's always a pleasure to see you're listening. Do not.
Alright, I guess we'll try the palace.
Root slaves have breached the... Hold the gates!
Ah, damn, I had a good run. Damn, that was good. I was so close there. Holy.
Death is just another step on your journey.
Holy. That was a good run, though. That is, yep. Very nice. Beautiful. Well done. That was a great run.
As for my own mission, he also the Underking when he...
Okay.
You are the roots, Azra. We must.
Have you found?
There we go. Yeah.
You're older than any of us.
My people, see it now that I have seen the madness that my folk now.
Alright.
Dwarves took countless my own. Aim.
Alright. I think that's good enough. Okay. Whew. What a great game, man. I can't stop playing it. Alright. I think that's good enough to stop there. Alright. Okay. This was good. This was a fun time. I had a really good time with y'all. So let me go ahead. Send you off here. Perfect. When it comes to content now, since I have the Expedition 33 video finally out, I'm gonna start. I have a couple of video plans that I'm gonna be focusing on for sure. So keep an eye out on those. I'm for sure. Whenever those come in, I'll let you know. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it. That's all I had. Thank you guys so much for watching. I do appreciate you guys taking your time out to hang with me. So, it's very much appreciated. And I'll see you guys next live stream whenever it happens.